Good morning to Dr. Chu Sumi and Professor Asep Hermawan.
Good morning.
Good morning, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Hello.
Hello,
Yeah,
Prof.
I'm Asep.
Asep.
Asep. Yes.
Nice to
Yeah,
meet you.
nice to meet you too. I'm from Malaysia.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Are you the committee member in the combines?
No, not community. I just a speaker,
Oh,
invited speaker.
I see, I see. Yeah. Uh,
I'm
y-
from Universitas Trisakti, Jakarta.
oh, I see, I see.
Yeah.
So will we be starting shortly or?
Yeah.
Okay. So I see there are many members already uh in the video conferencing.
Yes.
23 participants.
Yeah.
Uh, okay. So what
In
is
KL. Yeah, in KL
yeah?
now it's raining. It is raining.
It's very gloomy right now in KL. Uh, certain parts are flooding.
Flooding. Oh, flooding.
Yeah, but over here at Klang Valley, um, it's still quite good. No major ones, although there are certain parts which have flood, but it has receded. What about over in Indonesia?
Indonesia now it's rainy season.
Oh,
Some part, yeah, also flooding.
yes,
Uh,
yes.
yeah, in some parts.
Mm.
But in Jakarta now it's still dry.
Oh, good, good. I
Sometimes it's
uh,
raining. Yeah,
I see, I see.
yeah,
Would you all be moving towards I heard the capital is going to move to Kalimantan, right?
yeah. I think still a long time.
Oh, I see.
It's in preparation. We don't know
Okay.
yet.
Okay. Uh,
It's already eight,
uh
3 minutes.
9:03, I think, according to
Yeah.
my book. Oh, let's have a look. I think the schedule uh uh we are supposed to start around nine
Eight.
fifteen. 9:15.
Oh,
Oh,
9:15.
also Dr. Asip, Professor Asip, you are after me.
Okay,
uh,
okay.
is Taufik, Dr. Taufik is in. Uh, there are four speakers.
Not yet, I think.
Oh, okay.
You're the first speaker, yeah. You're the first speaker, Dr. Chu Siming.
Yes, yes, I'm the first
Yes.
speaker. And it will all be completed around. Let's see. Let me have a look at the video. Uh, about 11. Oh, activity documentation and virtual break. Oh, okay. Hmm. Eh, Mm. Mm. Fine, 15, huh? Or 9:15.
9:15.
Yeah, shortly.
Shortly. Yeah, I try to WhatsApp the committee to
I
start.
think the MC is here.
Yeah, the MC.
Sashi Onu Sashi Onuma. Uh, Prof, you have presented here in this conference before?
No, no. But I organized international conference several years ago
Uh,
in Bangkok, in Bratislava, in Chiang Mai, Thailand, in
uh,
Hong Kong. Yeah,
I see, I see. Oh, that's good.
organizing conference. Yeah, but
Okay.
this is the first time of it
I
here.
see.
You are from the Faculty of Economics?
I'm from Faculty of Accountancy and Management. Uh,
Oh, okay, I see.
yes,
Yeah, yeah.
I think we are one of the co-hosts. Uh, um, and yeah, let me have a look. I think we are one of the co-hosts. Let's see. Let me have a look. Together with the university. So yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think so. Hello? Oh, someone's on the line. Uh, yes. We are one of the co-hosts along with NUS,
Mhm.
UIB, and Tung Hai University and Universitas Trisakti.
Yeah.
Uh, Prof,
Mhm.
you are from which university?
Universitas Trisakti,
Sorry?
faculty. Universitas Trisakti.
Oh,
Yeah,
Universitas Trisakti.
Trisakti.
Ah,
Yeah,
and
Trisakti.
and you also in which faculty?
Faculty of Economic and Business,
Ah, I see, I
Management
see.
Department. Management
Uh,
Department.
oh, okay, okay. So let me see. You have anyone presenting over at your side? I mean, those who are in the conference?
I don't know.
A lot, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Okay, there's this.
Oh, it is raining in Batam. The committee said it's heavy rain in Batam.
Oh, I see, I see. So there will be some people which are late. Huh?
Yeah, okay,
I
okay.
see. That's unfortunate. Yeah, it's the raining season.
Yeah, it's raining
So
season.
uh so there will be
Will be late.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Have you been to Batam?
Yeah. No, I WhatsApp our committee, and he said it is raining heavy rain in Batam.
Oh, I
now.
see. Okay. So you've been to Batam? You're from
Yes,
Jakarta?
several times. Yes, several times.
Okay.
Close to Singapore.
Yes. Okay.
Good morning to Mr. Hendra and Professor Sri Suling.
Uh, uh, oh. Ah.
Good morning, Prof. Asep, Dr.
Good
Chu, good
morning.
morning.
Good morning.
Yeah. Good morning, Sir Hindra. Good morning, Prof. Sri Suning.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah.
Uh,
Thank you for coming this conference. Yeah.
Thank you for inviting us.
Good morning, Mr. Raditya, as a moderator.
Good morning, sir.
Okay. Maybe we'll start this conference.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before we start our session, I would like to remind all of you to please kindly rename your Zoom ID in the Zoom meeting based on the format that is already provided. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the fourth Combined Conference on Management, Business, Innovation, Education, and Social Science 2024. This is the fourth international conference that is arranged by Universitas Internasional Batam to provide opportunities for lecturers and students to disseminate or present the results of community service projects. Let me introduce myself. I am Sachi Oinuma, and it is a wonderful and precious chance for me to be your master of ceremony today. And we are very happy to receive all of you here at the joint annual meeting in 2024. Well, ladies and gentlemen, today we have glorious opportunity to mix and mingle with our fellow guests among us here. They are Professor Insinyur Dr. Sri Suni Kusumawardani, STMT, as the Director of Learning and Student Affairs of the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology of Indonesia, and Dr. May Liana, the Vice Rector of Universitas Internasional Batam, Indonesia. Delegation from UIB partners that support us to organize this conference: Universitas Internasional Batam, Indonesia; Tunghai University, Taiwan; University Tunku Abdul Rahman, Malaysia; and National University of Singapore. Also, I would like to greet all keynote speakers on the 4th CoMBINES 2024. Dr. Chu Siu Ming from University Tunku Abdul Rahman, Malaysia; Profesor Dr. Asep Hermawan, Master of Science, Universitas Trisakti, Indonesia; Mr. Taufik Rahmat Nugraha, MHA from National University of Singapore; and Mr. Hendra Nugraha, SSM Hum from Universitas Internasional Batam, Indonesia. The moderator for the plenary session today, Mr. Hilarius Raditya Priyambada Purba SPD MPD from Universitas Internasional Batam, and also their reviewers, chairpersons, presenters, and participants. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start, let's pray and thank Almighty God who has been giving us some blessings, happiness, health, and mercy so we can attend and participate in this event without any obstacles. Therefore, it is better to start our activity with a prayer. I would like to invite each of us to pray based on our religion and beliefs. Prayer starts. Prayer ends. Well, to formally welcome all of you for giving us the gift of your presence here this morning. Now, we invite Director of Universitas Internasional Batam, Dr. Iskandar Itan, to welcome all of you with his official welcome address. But unfortunately, due to the fact that Dr. Iskandar Itan is currently on abroad, the address will be delivered by recorded video.
Very good morning to the Honorable Professor Sri Suning Kusumawardhani, Director of Learning and Student Affairs, Minister of Education, Culture, Research and Technology of Indonesia. Dr. Chu Siu Ming, University Tunku Abdul Rahman, Malaysia. Profesor Asep Hermawan, Universitas Trisakti, Indonesia. Taufik Rahmat Nugraha, National University of Singapore. Hendra Nugraha, Universitas Internasional Batam, Indonesia. Our distinguished delegates from our partner universities, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Universitas Internasional Batam, it is my great honor and privilege to welcome you all to the 4th Conference on Management, Business, Innovation, Education, and Social Science, or we call it CoMBINES. First of all, let us praise the Almighty God for blessing us with the opportunity to share our knowledge and discuss the highly topical and important issues. I'm also delighted to acknowledge our invited guests, keynote speakers, chair session, moderators, presenters, and all participants of the 4th CoMBINE 2024. The CoMBINES is an international academic conference that was held for the first time in 2021 by Universitas Internasional Batam in collaboration with Tunghai University, Taiwan, and University Tunku Abdul Rahman, Malaysia. Since then, the conference has proven to provide positive value for all participating institutions and individuals. The conference gave opportunities for students and academics to present their research work and collaborate with international peers. This generated valuable networking opportunities and productive conversation around relevant topics, strengthening the relationship between our academic institutions. This year, our conference will address the most pressing issue in our local and global communities with the theme Accelerating the Global Transformation Toward Sustainability Action for SDGs, which is the current international issues that are faced by every country. Sustainable Development Goals are a series of goals set by the United Nations to achieve a better and more sustainable life for all people and nations in this world. The objective of this conference is for our students and leading academics from across the group to share knowledge and learn from each other in discussing the prospect of building a more sustainable and resilient future. Toward this aim, we have arranged two sessions of Fourth CoMBINES 2024. The first session will be a seminar with opening remarks from Professor Sri Suning Kusumawardani, Director of Learning and Student Affairs, Minister of Education, Culture, Research and Technology of Indonesia, followed by a series of presentations from our keynote speakers. The second session will be a conference where 47 participants will present their research work across 5 parallel sessions. This committee has prepared several awards for the top presenters, including Best Student Paper, Best Student Presenter, and Best Poster. We highly appreciate the dedicated work and support of our partner universities, namely University Tunku Abdul Rahman Malaysia, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Universitas Internasional Batam, Universitas Putra Batam. And finally, I would like to wish the best of luck to all the presenters, and hope that everyone will enjoy the conference and have a fruitful time. I look forward to hearing your brilliant ideas and research works and hope you can continue to strengthen our collaborative efforts in advancing education and welfare in our society. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Iskandar. Next, we will listen to opening speech from Professor Engineer Dr. Sri Suning Kusumawardani, STMT, as the Director of the Learning Student Affairs of the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, Technology of Indonesia. To Professor Suning, the time is yours.
Thank you, the moderator. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan Rahayu. Distinguished guests and speakers, Dr. Iskandar Itan, Rector of Universitas Internasional Batam, Dr. Chu Swiming, University Tunku Abdul Rahman Malaysia, Profesor Asep Hermawan, Universitas Trisakti Indonesia, Taufik Rahmat Nugraha, National University of Singapore, Hendra Nugraha, M.Hum, Universitas Internasional Batam, Indonesia, and Vice Rector, Deans, Head of Department, Lecturer at UIB, and all respected participants. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all the participants. It's with a great pleasure and honor that the Directorate of Learning and Student Affairs is part of marking the commencement of the much anticipated and prestigious event, the fourth CoMBINES conference hosted by UIB. Let us begin with extending our heartfelt congratulations to UIB for the successful organization of the remarkable gathering. The fourth CoMBINES conference is a historic moment, considering that this time's theme is accelerating the global transformation towards sustainability, action for the SDGs. This theme is not just a prevalent issue, but has also become a main focus and attention of all countries, including Malaysia, Indonesia, and Singapore. We all realize that global problems such as climate change, poverty, inequality, and environmental damage are common challenges that must be faced and resolved together. Therefore, this conference is very relevant to the demands of the time, where we need to unite to create positive change for world sustainability. Research and the publication of research results have an essential role in advancing the three dharma of higher education. The three dharma of higher education involves three main elements: education, research, and community services. Research is one of the main pillars of the three dharma, is one obligation and an urgent need. Through the research, we can produce innovation, find solutions to problems, and make a fundamental contribution to the welfare of society. In this context, research also positively impact higher education ranking. The quality and amount of research a university produce are one of the benchmarks in this ranking. Therefore, through this conference, we can stimulate increase research productivity, which will ultimately positively impact the reputation and position of universities of a nation and international scale. One network aspect the fourth combined and conference is the active participant of students as majority of presenter in the parallel session. This aspect highlight a pivotal role of the Directorate General of Learning and Student Affairs, Bilmawa, in fostering early research habit among students. Witnessing young mind engaged in research, sharpening their intellectual skill, and creating innovative ideas for sustainable development is heartening. Belmawa is an essential role in shaping student character as young researcher with academic skill and critical skill, analytical skill, and innovative abilities. The critical role of Belmawa in developing student potential is also related to universities' policies to facilitate student work. This conference is very effective means for presenting and disseminating student scientific work in international forum. In this way, higher education is not only a place of learning, but also a place for students to apply their knowledge and skill. In conclusion, I express my deepest gratitude to everyone organizing the fourth CoMBINES conference. Thank you to the hardworking organizing committee and distinguished speaker and all participants who contributed to the vibrant discussion and idea exchange. The result of this conference can inspire and motivate all of us to continue to contribute to accelerating global transformation towards sustainability. Let us commit together to take real action in achieving the sustainable development goals for the common good and the better future. Thank you and congratulations to UIB for the success of the fourth combined conference. This sustainability will continue to provide momentum for event for significant positive change. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi Santi Om.
Thank you, Professor Suning. And therefore, to appreciate your sharing today, UIB will present a token of appreciation on behalf the Director of Learning and Student Affairs of Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology of Indonesia. And it is now my pleasure to invite Mr. Wisnu to please present a token of appreciation to Prof. Suning. Please to Mr. Wisnu to give your appreciation.
Prof. Suning, on behalf of Combine Committee, we would like to thank Prof. Suning for giving a presentation and opening the event. Terima kasih Prof. Suning atas
Thank you,
presentasinya.
Pak Wisnu and
Terima
UIB.
kasih.
Success for this event.
Terima kasih. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Suning and Mr. Wisnu. Well, coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, is a much awaited item on the agenda, which is the plenary session, because it is now time for us to pay attention to our keynote speaker, and it is indeed an honor for us to invite Mr. Hilarius Raditya, Badas Purba SPD MPD, as the moderator to lead the plenary session. To Mr. Hilarius, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Sachi. Can you hear my voice clearly?
Okay.
Okay, so let's start our meeting today. Good morning, everyone, to all of you who are here with us, and to the participants in Zoom or other platform. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening if you are from different time zones. I hope every one of us here and from your respective places are healthy and well. My name is Raditya Purba, and I will be your moderator for today's conference. Today's session is very special because we have several guest speakers from their respective countries and regions, and because this is the fourth CoMBINES 2024, and the committee has been working very hard to prepare this conference today. Today is also special since this conference is conducted in full English, so that hopefully we can reach out to other viewers from worldwide. Now I will introduce you to the honorable speaker of today's conference, our special guest speakers. They are the first speakers, Dr. Chu Xiuming from University Tunku Abdul Rahman, Malaysia. Welcome, Dr. Chu Xiuming. And then the second speaker, we have Professor Dr. Asep Hermawan, MSc from Universitas Trisakti. Welcome, Prof. Asep. And then the third speaker, we have Mr. Taufik Rahmat Nugraha from National University of Singapore. And last but not least, we have Mr. Hendra Nugraha M. from Universitas International Batam. Welcome and thank you for letting us here learning together for this conference. Today's theme is accelerating the global transformation towards sustainability, action for the SDGs. This topic is fascinating to discuss because all of us here in all levels are experiencing disruption. To transform means that we have to change towards a better standard of living, to live the call of the change and be the change. Our concept of normal living suddenly changed with the Industrial Revolution 4.0, digitalization, and global change. The imperative to accelerate the global transformation arises from the need to address complex, interconnected challenges that transcend national borders. By embracing transformative change, the global community can work collaboratively to build a sustainable, inclusive, and resilient future. We are now in a position where we question the meaning of change. So that's why we are here. What kind of change should be addressed? Well, this conference today will serve a new endeavor to this global issue from the perspective of management business, innovation, education, and social sciences. I shall inform you from the very moment that every speaker will present their material first, one by one, and the question and answer session will be continued after the last speaker has finished his or her presentation. Dear our respected participants, without any further ado, I will read and introduce our virtual speakers. I will read the curriculum vitae before we start to listen to their research and presentation. The first speaker is Dr. Chu Xiuming. She graduated and finished her PhD from University Malaya in multi or interdisciplinary studies, general psychology and economics, and then for the Master of Business Administration MBA, General Management Strategies from University of Strathclyde in 1999, and then her bachelor degree from School of Management, University Sains Malaysia, and then a lot of publication that she has done The first one is the explorative study of planning for retirement activities proceeding at the third International Conference on Social Protection, year 2017. And then the second, we have Through the Looking Glass, learning from reflections of the past, year 2010. And then the next, we have interpersonal skills, measurement and success, Where Are We, year 2009. And then grant received from Social Wellbeing Research Centers, SWRC, University of Malaya. SWRC is funded by Employee Provident Fund. This is the project of financial planning for retirement, started from year 2015 to 2017. And then the last one, we have research on IVF ambulatory in Malaysia from September to January 2023. And then the second speaker, we will have Professor Dr. Asep MSc from Universitas Trisakti. He graduated from Universitas Padjadjaran Bandung for his Bachelor of Management, and then Master in Agricultural Development from the Department of Marketing and Developing Countries, State University of Ghent, Belgium in 1989. And then her doctoral degree from Department of Marketing, Nova Southeastern University, Florida, USA, 2001. And then here are the list of publication. The first one is Celebrity Endorser and Purchase Intention, the Mediating Role of Resonance-Based Self-Attitude and Brand Credibility, year 2021. And then Relationship Capability as Antecedents for Success of New Product Development, a Strategic Fit Framework, year 2020. And then Consumer Intention and Behavior Towards the Use of Non-Plastic Shopping Bags in Jakarta, Preliminary Study, year 2020. And then Exploring the Antecedents and Consequences of Student Experience in Higher Education Setting, year 2018. And then the last, we have the relationship of social environment, relational benefit, customer, positive emotion, price, and behavioral intention in Indonesia, the traditional wet setting, year 2015. And then we have Mr. Taufik Rahmat Nugraha from National University of Singapore. He is currently active in several international non-government organizations and research institutions in 2018 to present. Mr. Taufik was appointed as National Point of Contact for the Republic of Indonesia by the Space Generation Advisory Council, SGAC, Vienna, Austria, and member of the International Academy of Space Law, Moscow, Russia, member of Space Law and Policy Working Group, SGAC. In 2021, he has been appointed as Research Fellow at the Indonesian Center for the Law of the Sea, ICLOS, Faculty of Law, Universitas Padjadjaran. He is very keen on the law of the sea, maritime security, maritime environment, space law, astropolitics, and space security, and nuclear law. Those are reflected in his academic works, which have been published in national journal, international journals, and international popular media. He graduated and finished his bachelor degree from the Faculty of Law, Universitas Islam Bandung, and then his master's degrees from the Faculty of Law, Universitas Padjadjaran, International Law by research. And then for the publication that he has done, the first one is, does the international community have efforts to protect the marine environment from seabed mining, year 2019, and then regulating unmanned underwater vehicles in Indonesian waters in 2021. And then the last but not least, Mr. Hendra Nugraha, MHUM from Universitas Internasional Batam. He graduated from English Universitas Padjadjaran in the fields of English Linguistic in 2012. And then his bachelor degrees from STBA Technocrat with the field of English Literature. And then the publications, starting from the problem solving in translating Indonesia legal documents to English year 2021. And then pembuatan buku profil untuk mengenal Pantai Bahagia year 2021. Analysis needed for preparation of teaching material in English for medical personnel in Batam City year 2020. And then suffixes in business documents of Utraco Company, a morphological analysis year 2017. Well, there are all of the curriculum vitae that I can say. And now we proceed to the first speaker. Our first speaker is Dr. Chu Xiuming from University Tunku Abdul Rahman. For Dr. Chu Xiuming, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much um, for the introduction, Mr. Hilarious, and allow me to congratulate the committee for this fourth CoMBINES 2024 conference on management, business innovation, education, and social sciences. Thank you also to the UIB rector, Dr. Iskandar Itan, for his opening remarks, and also Professor Dr. Sri Suning Kusumawardani for the official opening. And I wish good morning to my fellow keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Asep Hermawan, Mr. Taufik Rachman, and Mr. Hendra Nugraha. And also congratulate to the committee members for organizing this wonderful conference that allows us to share some of our research findings. Also, wish a good morning to the presenters and the moderators, and also fellow guests of this conference. Now, today, allow me to share my slides with the conference members. Can you all see the slides?
Yes, it's clear.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you very much. Now, I'm going to present on the topic on environmental, social, and governance, ESG, and also sustainable development goals, and exploring the relationship for trends and opportunities. Now, let us proceed with this presentation. Now, as you can see, this is a very common picture that we see in the United Nations website and all forth. You will see these are the 17 SDG or Sustainable Development Goals, which which are to be achieved and hope to be achieved by the whole planet Earth. Okay, so in summary, you can find these 17 goals I've listed down, and I think it needs no introduction because you will find that all these 17 goals basically, well, we hope to improve planet Earth and ourselves with these goals. It's very interesting to have all these goals, and this is a concerted effort by all nations to actually ensure that planet Earth is sustainable and a safe place for all its occupants. Now, what is this role of this SDG in global development? All right. Now, basically, in brief, we will say all these 17 goals provide a framework for development for each nation to actually pave the way to how they're going to drive the country's movements and developments. It sets a global agenda to have everyone on the same platform, okay? And so that we will all be moving towards a holistic development at uh, at a goal, okay? And this also presents a guide to all nations to actually mobilize their resources and have a participatory approach to actually to target to the benefit of all. Now, there are measurable targets and indicators as well, which I will actually go through in brief a little later. And also, basically, you'll find SDG moving on a common platform will help to encourage cooperation and guiding partnerships and policies into a common area. So in addition to this, we hope also to raise awareness, okay, and to shape strategies, not only on a global basis, but also on a more micro basis among organizations, corporate entities, government agencies, so that we will all be actually moving towards the betterment of mankind. Now, as you can see from all this, it is all very aspirational targets. But on a further note, you'll find that it is actually a very practical blueprint which addresses some of the most critical issues on our planet. Okay, and having countries move on a common platform will guide all this collaborative effort. Now, basically, there has not been much guidance on this. So, with the 17 goals, countries now will have a platform to move to actually view how collaboration, mobilizing resources, and setting common targets will help to achieve the sustainable development on a more global scale. Now, if you can see, sorry, let me move on. Uh, so let me move on to explain a second concept, right? Which is ESG. And this is an acronym for environmental, social, and governance. And it encapsulates what SDG actually wants to move on forward. Okay. Now, in brief, let me explain what is ESG, which just for us to move on a common platform. Environmental. Okay, you see that the first aspect is a focus on planet, okay, on nature, on actually ensuring that the planet is a sustainable platform for all of us to actually run our daily life. So in terms of environmental, it will actually encompass areas on how organizations will manage their carbon emissions, ensure efficient energy usage and waste management, and also conserve our environment, our resources. Now, the second aspect here is on social. And social would look at business relationship and the impact on shareholders, employees, suppliers, and communities. So this will encompass how organizations will look into their labor practices, how they manage their employees, and whether there are a diversity and inclusion and community engagement. So to ensure that all would actually benefit from the effort. And finally, we have governance. And governance encompass organization leadership and how a company actually manage its practices. So here to ensure fairness and equality, and also to ensure that resources are used in a most efficient, effective, and transparent manner. So when we come to governance, it will look at board diversity, how executives are compensated, and how risks are managed. So you can see that there are common platforms within this ESG and SDG as well. So now a brief history of how ESG comes about. So you'll find that in the 70s and 80s, there are this socially responsible investing movements, okay, and in which active investors are beginning to realize that there are certain organizations or there are certain activities which they would like to support. Now, as we move on in the 1990s, there are an expansion of these ethical concerns. For example, they would more we prefer organizations which are focuses more on clean environment and so forth. Now, in the early 20s, you'll find that this is where all these concerns are then combined into a framework known as ESG, or what we would call environmental, social, and governance. And the 2010s, that is the beginning of integration and standardization among companies. Now, in the 2020s, you'll find regulatory environment developments and mainstream acceptance to this ESG. And of course, as we can see today, there's ongoing evolution. In my later slides, I will show the development of how ESG have moved on and the beginning of the realization of the importance of this ESG encompassed together with SDG. Now, roughly in brief, we'll say that ESG does have very important elements. Okay, so in brief, you find in terms of managing risks within the organizations, and in the upcoming, also in every organization, they are beginning to also realize that investors are again demanding for responsible organizations in the portfolio of organizations they wish to actually invest in. Now, another thing here is on regulatory compliance. Okay, organizations are expected now to comply to regulations and not be against of any good effort of the governments. Okay, now the advantage of ESG is that in encompassing all these good elements, it also would begin to enable a greater competitive advantage for the organization in terms of a platform to actually compete at a more equitable scale, and also to actually invest on the improving the planet and using it as an edge to actually be more sustainable. Okay, which comes to the next area, long-term sustainability. Now, the objective of each organization is to ensure that long-term sustainability is ascertained. Now, long-term sustainability, I'm sure all of you will know, this is the desired platform for most organizations. They would want to achieve this. This is one of the mission of an organization. So, because there is a greater good in actually to be able to sustain long-term, so that they can provide also for their stakeholders. Okay. Now, this means social responsibility and reputation has become increasingly an important aspect. And finally, in most cases, we'll find organizations find that financial performance also is reflected in increment when they have achieved their ESG goals. Now, moving on, some documentation, okay, some research also has been done in the which I would like to share with the committee members. Okay, this is a research done by Alliance Bank 2023 together with SME Corporation in Malaysia. In partnership with UN Global Compact Network Malaysia. And there is a discovery that 80% of the ESG adopters has found benefits in adopting ESG practices. So in this research, you'll find that 41%, okay, gain more awareness, okay, among consumer and customers. There have been imminent cost savings in the ESG adopters. And also it is reflected in the increased profits as well. 39% of the companies research also find this has been of great use to them. And moving on, they find that the framework of ESG also helped them to better manage the risks that they faced. And of course, finally, in any organization, what is very important to them is also that there is increased revenue. So 18% of ESG adopters find that they have actually achieved more than 50% of increased revenues. Now, having said that, it is prevalent that ESG do help in moving forward organizations. Now, more research on this, you'll find that there have been a increase in actually the interest of ESG over the last decade, as we can see from this graph here. Now, and what is most important here is that you'll find that ESG has also been recognized by many nations. So 193 United Nations members have actually been very committed to this agenda, okay, committed to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Now, moving forward, TSG is also recorded 137 countries, okay, being committed to net zero emissions by 2050. And 63 countries has agreed to phase out coal and transition to clean energy in the coming years. And what about the adoption among different companies? So you can see here, in terms of globally, all right, you can find on the left-hand side of this graph here, in the year 2021, there's been 84% ESG compliance companies, and it is on an increasing trend in 2022, 89%. So in Asia Pacific region, an increase from 81% to 88%. Again, as you move on, you'll find in terms of SME in APAC countries as well, 83% of SME surveyed consider ESG as a top priority in their business. Now, moving forward, what are the trends? So you'll find organizations also start to increase the disclosure trends. Okay, this graph here, you can see there's a high disclosure trends, each color depicting a different disclosure trend. Okay, you see the highest here is the blue line. I can see Taiwan going up, but in the green line, Singapore is also coming up, and so forth. So this is some information to help all of us have a perspective of the importance of ESG. Now, as we move on, you will find what about the alignment between ESG and SDG, the principles. Is there an alignment? So as you can see from my slide here, I have tried to align the ESG aspect together with the 17th SDG goals. So you can see in the environment, you have about 5 ESG goals can be seen to be aligned with the environmental aspects of the ESG framework. Namely climate action, life below water and online, clean water and sanitation, and affordable clean energy. So we can see that this is influencing SDG 6, 7, 14, 15, and also SDG 30. Now moving on, social, another alignment you can find here. Also 5 SDG goals can be seen to closely aligned with the ESG social aspect of the framework. So as you can see here, we have quality education, gender equality, decent work and economic growth, reduced inequality, good health and well-being, and contemplating SDG 3, 10, 8, 5, and 4. Now, finally, we have the governance aspect of our ESG framework. Okay, and you'll find this has encompassed 3 of the SDG goals, which is peace, justice, and strong institution, partnership for goals, responsible consumption, which encompass 3 SDG goals, 12, 17, and 16. So there is actually a overlap, an alignment, or I would say, between ESG and SDG. Now, in summary, in summary, we can see that the purpose of measuring sustainability and ethical responsibility is an important aspect. Now, basically, what is the objective? To actually have a thriving, socially just, and sustainable future for all in planet Earth, not only in a particular country, but each country plays a role. Okay, and in each country contributes towards this sustainability. So the benefit of ESG and SDG at the end of the day can be seen in improved performance, reduced risk, and positive impact on social and environment. And if you look into the businesses as well, it actually prepare the organization into upskilling and able to see the challenges of the future, okay, especially to sustain external shocks. So we have all gone through the recent COVID-19 pandemic, which have impacted greatly on many, many countries. So it has also taught us a lesson, okay, because COVID-19 pandemic also told us that we have gaps in our society in terms of equity in income and in terms of healthcare. So basically these goals here would have actually highlighted to us the increased need to address all these issues, climate issues, social issues, and also justice issues. So what about the trends and opportunities for the future when we are able to achieve both ESG and SDG? So the first and foremost, as we can see, ethics and integrity. Now, this has been an aspect very much desired by stakeholders. And ethics and integrity requires a holistic program. It requires transparency in dissemination of information, in comparing performance, in investments, and also in ensuring our capital strategies are also fair and transparent. What would then be the opportunities when we achieve all this? Okay, we would attract premiums in terms of sales, in terms of mergers. In fact, these are great magnets actually to attract increased investment and financing. So we have gone through some research findings, and in our literature, we find that more than 60% of people are actually basing their purchasing behavior on sustainability, and it is growing on a yearly basis. And many of consumers are beginning to change their purchase preference. So from our literature from Alliance Bank, you'll find that 78% of consumers are beginning to be more to actually invest more or purchase more from companies with strong brand purposes. Now, moving on, what about other findings? What about other trends? What about other opportunities? So you can see that in terms of ESG and SDG, they do provide prioritization for supply chain security, resilience, and transparency. We have actually, on a global scale, experienced some global shocks recently, the COVID-19 pandemic, war in Ukraine. Now, all these unfortunate incidents do provide learning outcomes to us. For one, our dependency on global chain supplies. Uh, so most organizations, most countries also start to realize there is an importance of actually ensuring secure, reliable, and high-performing suppliers. And this means ensuring sustainability on our supply chain. And this is in line with our UN SDG goals. Okay, so this is going to be a key criterion in many key investments decisions. And you find similarly, there is also a greater scrutiny by consumers and investors, especially on how organizations actually manage their labor, their governance issues, and so forth. So what are the opportunities here? So this means organizations will have to embed sustainability on their ESG journeys. And when we talk about sustainability, we talk about innovations, technologies, efficiencies, and transparency, resilience, and also cybersecurity. Now, the idea here is to actually achieve a greater control and transparency into our supply chains. So why is this important? So we can manage the risks, ensure our competitiveness, ensure resilience of our businesses. So the moving forward, the opportunity here is to build skills and to gather the data to actually ensure that we will be able to actually be prepared for the upcoming challenges and be able to have a source of information when there is a need to do so. Now, we also have this another aspect of ESG and SDG, which is beginning to be of great focus, the transitioning of our workforce. Now, there is going to be in an upcoming trend to focus on labor and skills. Why? Because we have large structural shifts in terms of our workforces and working practices, like what I've mentioned earlier, COVID, and also in the event of new technologies coming up, we have IR 4.0, use of big data, and so forth, and digitalization of many of our very important uh, organizations and government agencies. This means there's a need to actually have a very resilient and engaged workforce, which is critical. So this would then encompass actually an importance of actually training the current workforce. What is the opportunity here to actually give a brief interview? What is very important is training. Okay, the need to upskill the workforce. Now, the idea here is to ensure that there will be jobs available, okay, for displaced workers, all right, and redeployment and retraining so that our workforce would be able to maintain our economic opportunity and also activity in all communities. Okay, so this would mean we need to encompass some degree of social metrics in reporting and disclosure. Now, to just provide a brief overview, 59% of the job opportunities are in now the energy transition, okay, which actually requires higher skill roles to many uh, um, for many organizations. Okay, and this means should be an increased awareness and engagement on all employees. Okay, so that a whole of companies need to change, and this also would actually help the workforce and also the organization in attracting and retaining talent within their organization. So we also have this dynamism of political landscape and the expanding regulatory changes which are important. Okay, so now all this is impact as a response to the changing geopolitical landscape, and you'll find that there's an increased awareness and necessity to actually employ ESG reporting. Okay, so we have some organizations which are actually moving or paving the platform for this. Our ISSB, International Sustainability Standards Board, okay, are trying to finalize international standards, okay, or globally. There are also transition plans and board upskilling in many organizations. So you'll find increased roles in terms of governance, accountability, transparency, ethics, and stakeholders' participation becoming very much an increasing need in organization. Now, moving on forward, okay, let's look into how then what would be the opportunities. So in prevalent, many countries are actually offering green subsidies. Okay, and in Malaysia, we have this low carbon transition facility. Okay, and there is the effort to finance capital expenditure to install equipment to generate renewable energy, such as solar system, we also have our CGC, Credit Guarantee Corporation Malaysia, which provides fast and simple financing. We have at the same time from our Bursa Malaysia or stock markets, financing for ESG movement. And SME or SME Corp has also incorporated sustainability training and development programs in hope to actually bring forward all this ESG. Now, having said that, in conclusion, all right, ESG and SDG actually offers different challenges and different opportunities for different sectors and different industries. All right. Now, this journey takes time. It's not something that we can do immediately. All right. But there has to be first steps, perhaps baby steps, and each organizations and each country as that as well would have a different roadmap. Okay, so there's no one fit all roadmap. Okay, and each organization and country will also have to develop a most effective roadmap for themselves. Now, the focus here at the end of the day is to ensure transparency, all right, in all aspects of their operations and also supply chain, and demonstrate this transparency through reputable reporting frameworks to actually show their investors that this is actually a movement that they have made towards ensuring the achievements of their ESG frameworks and also ultimately the SDG goals. Now, basically, strong ESG performance is good for everyone. Okay, it's not an aspiration, but it is a very practical move. It's good for everyone, it's good for business. And you'll find that companies which have actually done all this will find premium increase in sales, mergers, and so forth. So this is a very good move by all nations to actually ensure that the planet Earth is more sustainable and moving forward fulfill the needs of its occupants. So with this, I end my presentation and I return the floor to our moderator. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Chu Ximing, for addressing ESG, environmental, social governance towards all fields. It is said to be not only aspiration, but a practical move for us to take parts. The next speaker, we will have Professor Dr. Asep Hermawan, MSc from Universitas Trisakti. For Professor Asep, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Can you see our presentation?
Yeah, it's clear.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Yeah, I would like to discuss about general concept about transformation to sustainability. There is a growing consensus that to achieve sustainability for people and planet, we need social transformation. But the problem is, what do we mean by transformation to sustainability? It means different thing to different people. Yeah, one definition indicate that transformation to sustainability is the pathway to co-creating a world that works fully for humanity and the planet. And it needs to take place at a level of the global society and requires a fundamental change in the way we operate with each other and the planet. The other definition mentioned that transformation is good and descriptive word. It has two meanings. On the one hand, it's about breaking down something, and on the other, say it's about building something new. At the moment, a slightly optimistic hype is dominating, according to which the sustainability transformation is a smooth transition to an entirely new and sustainable society where everything works well, but the question is about breaking down all the practice. Yeah, transformation has a range of meaning, but the term broadly captures the following characteristic. The first is deeply innovative approach toward thinking, acting, power structure, and relationship, both radical and incremental change in the global operating system, and then evolution of structures and system into better functionality uh, for benefiting for all humanity and planet. And it is a co-creative process of mutual learning toward increasing vitality of an integrated planetary life and rearrangement of existing structures and processes so that novelty for how humankind responsibly operates with each other and the planet can emerge. Actually, there are two types of transformative. Their transformative process design refer to the time sequence of collaborative process architectures that support multiple actors to solve issues of common concern. The other is transformative system design refers to the pattern arrangement of change intervention by multiple institutional actors to solve large-scale complex sustainability issues. So actually, the ultimate goal is not only to stop climate change, for example, and maintain a safe operating space for humankind and the planet, but also to strengthen the human competencies to co-create multiple form of responsible citizenship in which the behavior of human being determine the futures of the planet. Yeah, SDGs, yeah, like that have explained by Professor Ming. SDGs is very clear, but why transformation is difficult? Let us see. The reason, I think, they are very deeply strong structures of power and privilege that maybe stopping us getting there. There is a political power. We can see that from the history, the progressive change in the past was a result of decades of political struggle and democratic struggle by social movement and civil society. So the people need to understand the reason why it is necessary. So, and they need to be willing to join into the process. It will need education and learning process. So ideas about sustainable and the futures will be different within and between societies. Yeah, it's need to be contextual to be relevant to people who need it most. Yeah, we need our culture to be engaged in the transformation process, the critical importance of drawing all relevant perspective and knowledge. Yeah, including non-Western and local indigenous knowledge, and to build understanding and collaboration across disparate social groups and sectors, especially with groups which are usually marginalized, to jointly imagine the work toward desirable futures locally and globally. So the work challenges are local and global. So they range from climate change to ecosystem decline, from uh, energy security, energy to water scarcity. They affect resource management, poverty, economic justice, food security, population group, and many more. So I believe that this is that necessary transformation toward a more sustainable world require more than declaration commitment to the global goals. So various actors at multiple levels need to follow uh, collective action. Yeah. In this case, comprehensiveness is a key. So transformation in sustainability means that to maintain the carrying capacity of Earth, we have to bring about significant changes, for example, in food production, housing, energy production, and transport. Putting this transformation into practice is not solely in the hand of politician or ordinary people, but it requires outcome will be achieved only if action is taken in several areas simultaneously: legislation, business, and our life as individuals. So the overall goal of the sustainability transformation will become more visible when transformation is broken into constitutional constituents part. So do the things yourself living what sustainability is, communicating horizontally to people around, let billion of small action taking place through society in various way. Thank you. Yeah, I give the time to moderator. I finished the presentation. Mr. Hillary?
Okay, Professor, thanks.
Yes, I finished my presentation.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much for Dr. Asep for endorsing transformation and sustainability that takes place uh, in all levels, and it is indeed difficult, that determines by power and will, and then it calls innovation towards thinking, action, power, uh, that's structuring the relationship between one to another in the process of our interaction. And now we call the third speakers, Mr. Taufik Rahmat Nugraha from National University of Singapore. For Mr. Taufik, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. Good morning, dear colleagues and participants. Maybe two previous colleagues talking much about the SDGs. But now I will talking about manuscript writing for scientific and popular publication. Since this is also correlated with the conference itself, there is a call for paper, right? So my name is Taufik Rahmat. I'm a research associate at the Center for International Law at National University of Singapore. So I will begin my presentation. So I will talk the case from Indonesia case because I'm coming from Indonesia. What is why we should write, right? Is for the participant, that is for especially for the first time participant that want to publish first a time publish want to have a first time experience to want to publish something in the scientific journal. So why we have to publish because we know in Indonesia that we know about and we uh, recall that it's a Tridharma perguruan tinggi. That is mandate of higher education is to proliferation of STEM, scientific, technology, etc. And also there is the principle of benefits. That's what you get from the campus, and you want to expand it, and you want to disseminate it to every people, to general society, so everyone can know what are you doing in your campus, and everyone can understand what the newest development from the technology, policy, economy, etc. So especially because this conference also much correlated with the SDGs, that we need to understand how the SDGs, how the sustainable development develop in recent year, and especially if I'm coming from the ocean law and policy, how the SDGs affected on the ocean law and policy, especially about the PPNG. So that's why the importance of the publication, especially for doctoral students, master's student. But I don't think so for undergrad student. But it could be a good step for the undergrad student to learn to publish something, right? So second is also dissemination, as I said. Its dissemination could be within the academic community, to your colleagues. They can understand to each other, so they can share their opinion, they can share their perspective on certain matters, on certain topics, so that it could be expanded the knowledge. And also the stakeholders, which is the government and the policymaker and lawmaker, so they can they can know what should they do about how to make a good policy, how to make the effective policy, effective law to support the sustainable development goals. So that's why we need to disseminate the scientific findings from our research, right? So the media, it could be various from journal, books, and mass media, but basically for the academic society, I will separate it into two general things. The first is the academic things. The academia's work is a journal and books, but more or less, so more is for the mass, for general audience. We can disseminate it through mass media. So what is scientific writing, right? So between scientific writing and popular writing, it could be it's differences, big differences. So scientific writing is material created with certain methods. So there is should be a methods. So medium communication at fellow academic and researcher. So basically, your scientific writing will read by another fellow on your expertise area. So it's not for the general public because some of scientific article particularly they are always using the hard language that hard to understand by general public, right? So also in order of the result from the research to be accessible to the professional and have potential effect in greater scientific community. So that's why the scientific writing has a particular audience. It's basically only for the academic society. But there is another thing as like popular writing. Is popular writing is for the wider audience. That a popular writer is material containing specific topic presented in plain language, in popular language, and targeted toward the mass people. So people in mass can understand what the new development and with the easy language, so they can understand easily. So the type of written material which is can contains opinions, review, critics of issue growing in the society, written in form of popular scientific writing. So it's two different things between scientific writing and popular writing. So the result also will be very different, but mostly in many cases, some of academician, they will make popular writing based on the scientific writing or what we call as a resume that people can more easily to understand. Uh, the And this is what I called as two main differences between scientific writing and popular writing, right? As popular article on or the popular or scientific article. So scientific article or popular article, scientific article is mainly published in journal. So journal have a certain certain rules that you must obey. That is a certain rule that the author should obey all those requirements. So it's like, for example, this is ocean and coastal management. There is specific only for ocean and coastals and ocean, like like based on policy, based on the law or economic. So this is the scientific journal, and the second is popular article. So popular article is more liquid rather than a scientific journal. So popular article is like you can write anything as long as you have a basis, as you have fundamental basis to write to give your opinion. Uh, but also in popular article there is a certain style or guidelines that you must follow, but are not as strict as a scientific journal. So in Indonesia, particularly, there is two difference, right? There is national and international journal. So I took it out from Parliamentary Dictate 2017. So we can see the differences. So basically, the differences is between in the national journal and international journal. The editorial board consists from at least 4 countries, published in English or other other UN language, and the reviewer also should coming from at least 4 different countries, same as the editorial reports. And it should be in Indonesia case that it should be indexed in a reputable international database that's approved by Ministry of Research, Technology and Higher Education of Indonesia. But for national journal, it's not that complicated. But national journal could be seen. is less than, at least two. There is expert. There is also no need for different reviewer or editor from different countries. No need for, but at least if the journal has a more than one editor from different country, it could be good, but it's not considered as international journal under parliamentary statistic. So before we go to publication, we have to know what is where we should publish, right? And we need to understand choosing a good place to publish. So actually, there is several criteria, right? So first, as international journal, as indexed by WOS and Scopus. This is most common in Indonesia because in parliamentary dictate, Scopus is likely most popular, I believe so. So there is several publishing house like Elsevier, Tyler and Francis, Willis, Brill, Asgate, etc. But there is also a journal that publish not under publishing house like from MIT, Harvard, Oxford. In national level, there is UGM, UNPAD, UNHAS, and University of Indonesia, I believe so. But after what beside the Scopus Index Journal, there is also international journal that not indexed under WOS or Scopus. Also is pretty much familiar. So, but I believe that Brill is they have a lot of high reputable journal that not indexed under international indexes like indexes institution like WOS or Scopus, and also there is international journal that not indexed under indexing institute like Princeton, UPenn, MESU, Ole Miss, and or McGill. So the third place we move to CINTA accredited journal is mostly originating from university or educational or research organization in Indonesia that already have a CINTA degree, like first, second, third, fourth, fifth CINTA. So it's you could see which the journal are accredited for CINTA, and also there is national journal that's accredited. So there is also from originating from university in Indonesia. Basically, they are not applied for CINTA or not applied for or not eligible yet for CINTA accreditation. So it's basically like newborn journal. I mean, within 2 years or within 3 years. So basically, usually they are not accredited in CINTA. And also there is this is the popular article one, like international or national popular media in Indonesia. You have Kompas, BRKR, Kata Data, Hukum Online. In Singapore, we have ICEAS, also CNA and Strike Times. In Australia, they have ASPI. So based on this information, you should know where you can determine, okay, I will submit my paper to CINTA accredited journal, or maybe I will try for, because I'm new, I'm beginner, because okay, I'm beginner, I will try to non-CINTA accredited journal. But I mean, I believe if you are doctorate student, you should you obliged to submit your paper to international journal that indexed by WOS or Scopus. And before you submit, please also familiarize yourself with this term, right? So green open access and gold open access. So basically, international journal within um, Scopus indexes or WOS is basically free. So you don't have to pay a certain amount, uh, except you want your paper available for public. So reader doesn't have to pay to access your article. So you have to pay in advance. That's a called open access. So yeah, we usually facing a lot of problem with the predatory journal and hijack journal. Um, it's really disadvantage, especially for doctorate student, because in my experience when I was in Unpad in Pajajaran, a part of publication team, I have to reject some of doctoral student paper, so and the consequences, they cannot uh, they cannot proceed for thesis or doctoral thesis defense, right? So that's the result. It's really catastrophic for the doctoral student once we know they are submit and they are published in predatory journal or hijack journal. So I'm sorry to say, some of the student they facing dropout because of this matter. So please familiarize yourself with this kind of predatory journal, because it's really make a disadvantage for your career. Uh, but this is a characteristic that I'm trying to collect for several years from my experience. There is unclear submission procedures, so I don't know how to submit this my paper. I want to submit my paper to certain journal that we suspect is predatory, but there is no clear submission procedure. Uh, we just contact by email, not by what a submission system. Usually there is a submission system, but usually for the predatory journal, they are not using such system. They're using directly email to the editor. So second characteristic is improper peer review, or there is no peer review at all. What is improper peer review? Basically, that what I found, the peer review result is only not or never touch about the substantial matter. They basically just only give a comment, like very general comment, like please add 10 more citation, please add five more citation. So basically, it's very general. It's and not touch about the substantial matter on the paper itself. So I think it's like improper, and the peer review process is like within 1 week or less. So I ever found the review process only like for 5 days. That it's like kind of ridiculous, or there is no peer review at all. So you just submit and editor said your paper is accepted. You have to pay for a certain amount. As you can see on the next point, it's like 1,000 to 3,000 USD. So it's like yeah, it's quite expensive, but for nothing, right? So the last point is there is significant amount of significant increase in Scopus citation. You can access the Scopus website. You can check the citation amount from that certain journal that you wish to publish with, and you can see there is usually that like normal journal, they could have 100 citation per year after several years. So they built uh, trust. They built the they built the trust for many years. So people trusted the journal, just only publish uh, high quality paper. But for the predatory journal and hijack journal, the amount of citation is increased significantly within a year, like from 20 to 200. So please be aware that's might be is one of the characteristic that appears. Also, commonly originating is from South ASEAN countries. And this is for the example that So there is a genuine journal, there's a fake journal. So both journal actually for the fake journal is really familiar with the genuine journal. So people with no experience, even people with experience with publication will hard to make differentiate. Sometimes they just fall to fake journals, and they think they are published in genuine journal, but actually not. Genuine journal is, yes, there is a this is for the genuine journal. Usually they are what indexed under Scopus or WOS, but for fake journal, usually they are not indexed in Scopus. So once you try to check your name under Scopus, you cannot find your name because it's never there, right? So this is the hijack journal, but the predatory journal could be more hilarious for my experience. I found this journal for archaeology of Egypt or Egyptology. So basically, this Paul are just only talking much about the mummies, talking much about the pyramid, talking about the ancient Egypt civilization. But I found that this journal published several articles about the neural networks, and also the online social marketing communication. I never know that Pharaoh needs social marketing communication. I never know that ancient Egypt already developed neural networks for authentication system. I don't know. So you can see that's like if the title of the journal, of the main theme of the journal, uh, they want to discuss or they indicate the specific topic like archaeology, like law, like international law, or macroeconomy, but suddenly you see the one of the article talking about very different topics. So you should be aware about that and please avoid that journal. So that's what we call as predatory journal. So before we go to submission, please choose the platform. Why why you need choose the platform first? Because you need familiarize yourself with the journal itself. You can check like five publication, back number publication from 2 years back. So you can familiarize about the style, about the guidelines, about the analyticals, what style that editor familiar with or editor convinced with. So you can what your article could be more easier, quote unquote, to process in the editorial teams, so they can send out to the to reviewer also easily. So please familiarize with the journal that you wish to publish with, right? And second, after you got the okay, I will you already determine okay, I will publish with this journal, let's say journal A, and you begin to okay, I have a research topic. I will looking for the similarity, whether that journal already have certain topic that may be similar with us. If there are similar topic already published, you have to read carefully. Maybe it's coming with different perspective from ours. So that's why that's important to choosing the platform. If you found it uh, there are already several authors that already publish a similar topic with us, don't worry, you have to read it carefully and look if they are using the similar approach. You have to find another approach, but if don't, you can use your own approach. So that's really easy lah. In this stage, you just looking and you just what determine this approach is same with yours or not, right? So the third is determine the deadline. So basically, some of journal they have uh like deadline for specific issues or not. where journal, there is a biennial journal, there is a quarterly journal like published every, so they will publish four number within a year. So you can determine, okay, where I should submit my paper, because it could be easy. It could be make your writing. You could make your what research or writing the article could be more easier, and there is a clear timeline that you can use as a benchmark. So please determine the submission target. You have to looking at on the journal, so you have to check it specifically. So, as I may have previously mentioned about the choosing topics, so existing scientific expertise, right? So you have to begin from your scientific expertise. Okay, I'm international law. I will discuss about international law, which international law I want to discuss about the certain matters. So second is the ability interpret phenomenon in society, about how you can deal with the what has happened in the society, and you can transform it with if I'm from international law, I will transform it into the legal language, and I will put it under my research, right? So the second is writing skill. You have the ability of transform it into a language that everyone can easily understand. So please keep in mind, always put your reader doesn't know anything. So you have explained it with the most easiest way so they can understand. So the last is like curiosity about the phenomenon. Of course, you have to curiosity about the phenomenon. If you doesn't have any curiosity, you uh I doubt that you will have a good result on your research, right? So the second is like key element of choosing a topic is to support dispute, previous theories or legal opinions, or to develop certain theories or disciplines, right? To predict or delegate franda, nomen into phenomenon in the future. So what we should do in the future, like for SDGs, okay, because I also much less talking about the SDGs, but in Mars surface, because I also one of my expert area is in space law. I'm talking much about Mars environment. I'm talking much about the moon surface environment. So it's like kind of delegate veranda, or the future. We predict the future, what it should be, what it looks like, what it will look like, right? So that is key element of choosing the topic. So another one is call for changes for law and legislation if there it's not suitable enough with the current condition, or with the future condition. That is where the key topic is to call the for changes. As I mean, it's also applied for non-legal paper or non-legal research like economic, like politic, etc. So it's basically applied to everything, and to make a recommendation on other issue that being discussed. So you basically give your recommendation after you give your analytic. You if after you give analysis on certain topic, you give the recommendation so people can understand. Okay, so this is the recommendation. Based on the research, based on the fundamental things, so your recommendation will be valid, right? So they're assigning a topic, doing a preliminary studies on the topic to discuss that you should looking at carefully. And second is searching for the literature on the topic to discuss. It's really important so you can understand from previous author that already published on your topic, on your specific topic, so you can develop it linearly. So construct early argument based on the fact and the result of preliminary studies. So it's really important to design a topic, choosing a topic, key element of the choosing topic, and designing a topic. And next, please do and don'ts that I always find this thing as editor and also as reviewer. Check your submission guidelines, please. It's really important that sometimes I found that uh, author doesn't follow the submission guidelines, and always make me headache with that. So in my case, I always send it back to author to revise it as submission guidelines. And second is follow the journal guideline procedures, read the state of journals, contact the journal editorial team when you are confused or unsure about the state, about the state of the journal, about the guidelines, about the submission guidelines. You can contact the editorial team to give to have a clear answer. And the last is like make revision based on peer reviews, citation as soon as possible. And if you doesn't agree, you can rebuke the peer review citation politely, right? So I don't have always agree with peer review citation on my paper. If I found it like contrary with my beliefs, I always rebuke them politely that I don't agree with them, and I really appreciate what they what their suggestion or what they thinking about, but I'm not agree because on certain matter give you fundamental ideas so they can understand why you reject their suggestion or their critics, right? Please do not ever writing without referring to journal guidelines. As I mentioned, the editor will have a headache with these things. And please having a proper procedure and also choosing a proper topic with too many previous research is sometimes uh, it could be very tricky to choose a topic whether we can use some on perspective. But if that too much in one pool, please move to another topic because sometimes it's not catchy enough to deal with that topic anymore because a lot of people already discuss on that topic. And contact the editors too frequently to ask for the publication dates. Please, if you are not getting answer from the editor within 3 weeks, you can send another email within for after 3 weeks. Do not send every weeks because like sometimes editor also is busy because editor is not main job for most of people, so they always have a main job as a lecturer, as a professor. So editor is like a side job, so they always busy with something, so you have to patiently wait for the reply from the editors. So the last is like not making revision based on peer review as soon as possible or as proper as possible, because editor mainly will look are you make any difference after the peer reviews give a critic or comments on your article, whether you accept it or you reject it. Editor will see it, and editor mainly will decide your paper will accept or suitable for publication or not. So please make sure your please keep in mind you have to make revision, if there are any revision based on review, peer review uh, basis, comment and critics. And what's a make the title is representative on the writing stem, right? Simultaneous curiosity. So make readers like, oh, this is I found it's the title is very catchy, and I really interest to read this paper. So there is variable identification appears in the titles, and also can clearly illustrate the manuscript goal and intention. So this is what I make with title. So please keep in mind. Um, please, like I always found that some Indonesian student, when they are writing their article, always using the frozen language, using the legal language, sorry, not legal language, but the what a legal act language too much. So it's like okay, what's the point? I mean, like using the catchy language is also okay. So it's for the I mean for the readers, it could be curious to read about, and it's not boring from the title. So avoid using a boring title in your article. And let's write and I mean, like start from the abstracts, right? And keyword. It's keyword basically for indexing your article upon publication. And background, keep it short and simple. Focus on why this is topic you need to be discussed further on and more in depth based on previous literature and mention any problem or trouble you face with. And third is like state your hypothesis at beginning, arrange a discussion effectively and efficiently, then go back talking about the problem. So basically it's your analysis and what you find in your manuscript. And the last is state your conclusion. The conclusion is basically recommendation about your research finding. So um this is like the the line when you want to write an article. So avoid this common mistake. There's a manuscript is read rambles on and on. Scientific articles is not fairy tales. So you should make it clearly clearly and effective that everyone can understand and within your academic communities, and also avoid too many legal references. So scientific articles are not legal codes like you mentioned about the undang-undang or syarikat or anything. You avoid that to many legal using illegal references, except maybe I know some like from a criminal law student or civil law student cannot avoid this thing. But I mean, as best as possible, you avoid lah to use many legal references. And please manuscript avoid this one manuscript without systematically arranged content. It's like jumping from one discussion to another. Yeah, you are not competing in Olympic diving. Using obscure, informal, unclear language with grammatical errors or broken English. I know, uh, coming from a non-speaking English country, it could be troublesome. It could be more challenges, but there is option. You can use uh, the the proofreader. So it's for improving your English before you submit your paper. So please use the proofreader before you submit it, and having the same topic, viewpoints, and problem with previous literature. Yeah, find your perspective and not following journal submission guidelines. This is what I say. Like editors are human too. We sometimes getting fuzzy with a paper that not following journal submission guidelines is already stated very clear on the journal website. So yeah, definitely they will reject your article until you fix the issues. Right. So writing efficiently, I know the greatest challenge from writing the article is about making a footnotes and bibliography or references. So maybe you can start to learn use Zotero or EndNote X EndNote 2.0. Unfortunately, we doesn't have Mendeley already closed its service in the end of 2022, so we cannot use Mendeley anymore. I mean, Mendeley is the most convenient referencing tool, but now it's only Zotero and EndNote. So basically, you can uh, put your reference style directly on Microsoft Word or whatsoever you use for the Office software. You can put it automatically, so you don't have to deal very much, or you don't have to struggle very much with the referencing style or referencing system. So I think that is last for me. Thank you very much and happy writing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taufik, for the talk addressing manuscript writing for scientific and popular publication. It is invite it invites us to the need to disseminate the scientific and popular publications as the call to popularize the move of SDGs factors. It is really practical how to plan, write, and publish our writing. So thank you for addressing these matters. The next, we will have our host speaker, Mr. Hendra Nugraha. Uh, for Mr. Hendra, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Pak Radit. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Yeah, thank you for the committee that has invited me for this conference. Let me share my slide. Okay, my presentation entitled Empowering Oil and Gas Workers with English Proficiency for Sustainable Community Development. So we have heard a presentation from Dr. Chu and also Dr. Asep, yeah, about SDG, and here I want to present how we in UIB collaborate with the industry to create more sustainable community. Okay, this presentation will explore the crucial role of English language proficiency in empowering oil and gas workers in Batam, Indonesia, and how this empowerment implemented through training session to improve communication and increase job opportunities and more sustainable and resilient community. Okay, the brief overview of Batam. Yeah, Batam is located strategically in the Malacca Straits, and there are thousands of workers working in international company. Yeah, there are 1,300 so superior industries and from foreign direct investment or international company and also domestic investment or national company with a total of 169,000 workers from oil and gas and non-oil and gas production. So it means here in Batam, with the existence of international company, there's a big demand of English proficiency for workers. That's why there are some importance of English proficiency in globalized workplace, such as in Batam. Yeah. The first one is increased job opportunities and career advancement. And then the second one is enhanced communication with the international partners and clients, and also to access global best practices and in the industry standards. That's why there's a high demands of English proficiency in industrial sector. Yeah, what are the strategies for empowering oil and gas workers with English? The first one is language training program and initiative. Yeah. In this case, we have done some language training for companies, for schools, for some educational institutions, universities, that also for empowering community with proper English. And then the second one, integration of English language skill in technical training. Yeah, in this case, we also have conducted some research and community service for schools and industry, and also for a local community. Yeah. And then the third one is the collaboration with the educational institution and language experts. In this case, there must be some ways to create more local learning materials that suitable for the needs of participants. So those are the strategies for empowering oil and gas worker with English. This is the implementation of the programs. Yeah. English training for oil and gas worker of PT McDermott Indonesia. This activity was held around more than 1 years, since October 2022 to January 2024. It involved 14 lecturers from English Language Education, Universitas Internasional Batam, and also 10 students, our students also. And there were 556 participants during the year. The English training is designed to meet the specific linguistic needs of learner in their particular academic, yeah, or we call it as English for specific purpose. In this case, the English taught is based on the oil and gas field. Yeah, it's a bit technical, but we also challenge the participant to communicate based on their work field. English for specific purpose. This is uh, the the types of not the types the types of training that has been conducted. Yeah, ESP or English for specific purpose is a specialized method of teaching and learning English language, and it's designed to provide specific needs and communication demand of individual within a specific field of profession. So uh, different to general English that learn English as a um, general studies. ESP focus on the specific field, just like here in the oil and gas sector, or in the legal sector, or in medical. So it should be specific on the field of profession. Yeah, ESP concentrates on enhanced language expertise within a particular context or area of study. And then the goal of ESP is to furnish learner with the linguistic tools and communication abilities for professional endeavors. It means ESP uh, try to enhance the communication abilities based on the specific field. Yeah, specific field. Okay, the participants of the activity English training for oil and gas workers are entirely males. Yeah, this is male dominated sector, I think, for the technical staff. And among them, uh, the range of age of the participants is around 30 to 50 years old. Yeah, it's old. Yeah. And from the education, most of the participant only get graduated from high school. That's the highest education level. Uh, by seeing the working experience, the range of the working experience is around 5 to 15 years. Yeah, some of them more than 15 years, around 20 years. And from the total participant, half of the participant think that their English proficiency is at the beginner level, and other half is at the elementary level. Examining the occupational role of the participants, some of the participants are welders, structure fitters, pipe fitters, painting, blasting, scaffolder, riggers, technician, and some other jobs that include in utilities and maintenance, just like plumber or carpenter. Yeah. So this is the participants of the activity English training for oil and gas workers. We start the program with the research, yeah, need analysis to find out the need and the objective of the participant and the program. According to the survey that we have conducted, the crucial language skill identified is the ability to listen and speak. So our participant need to listen and speak better to work in the oil and gas sector. And also, based on the interview with the human resource department, we found out that employee face challenge in verbal communication, especially when interact with the foreign colleagues. And then some worker also expect to have key roles in the company that needs to communicate effectively with the top management. And then there's a huge requirement to write a report in English. Yeah. So we conducted two-way survey and the interview to find out the need and objective of the programs. Yeah. So as you see in the table here, most of participants think that listening and speaking are the skills needed and also the difficult skill to be learned. Next is the implementation. Yeah, the implementation. After we find out the needs and the objective of the program, we select and adapt learning materials. There are specific materials can be accessed online about oil and gas sector. English is for oil and gas sector, but related to the level of English proficiency of the participant, we think that we need to adapt some of the materials and implement them. Yeah. In the implementation, how did we do the training? We use genre-based pedagogy. Yeah, genre-based. Genre-based pedagogy is an approach of language instruction that focus on teaching language through exploration, analysis of genre of types of text, and then also integrates language skill in holistic manner. Yeah, emphasizing the purpose, the structure, and linguistic feature of specific genre. So in this genre-based pedagogy, we do not teach English as an isolated activity. Yeah, we put it in a context. For example, a telephone communication or individual presentation or meeting simulation. So we put English into the context in this approach. There are four steps in genre-based pedagogy. The first is BKOF, or building knowledge of field. Yeah, building knowledge of field. In this phase, we introduce participant of the text that we are going to uh, handle, for example, toolbox meeting or daily reporting. Yeah. We also give cultural context of the text, and then that include grammatical patterns, and also the most important part is introduction to some relevant vocabularies. Relevant vocabularies. What is the general expression to open a meeting, for example, or how to end a meeting, how to oppose or to argue argue in a meeting. So this is the first phase of the teaching or the training, building knowledge of the field. And then the next step or phase is modeling the text. Yeah, in the modeling the text. In this phase, the participant will schematize the structure of the text, the way that the text is flowing. Yeah, the text is flowing. Just like when they want to report incident, what are the structure of reporting incident? Introducing yourself, and then mentioning the problem, where is the location, etc., etc. Yeah. Modeling the text. So, in the modeling of text, we also discuss about social function, and then linguistic feature, and then spoken language to focus, or written on written text. Yeah. That's the second phase. Yeah, modeling the text. Yeah, having discussed the context and the model of the text, the participant now in group can discuss uh, more, or to create some example or imitate the text that that has been discussed. It is called as joint construction. Joint construction. So they were in the groups, and they simulate the activity, just like reporting incident or meeting simulation or writing a report, etc. But in a group, they are in a group. So in this space, participant who has the limited ability in English or in comprehension, they can learn with uh, their friends. They discuss together. And then the last phase is independent construction. Yeah, in this case, uh, each of participant are required to demonstrate the learning outcomes of the meeting for each meeting. So they practice individually in the form of conversation, or in the speaking or writing. This is the phase of genre-based pedagogy. Yeah, interaction between student and the teacher, and also teacher with the class. But the most important thing in genre-based pedagogy is context. Yeah, context of the language use. Context of the language use. Because in genre-based pedagogy, the language use is not isolated. It should be used in specific context, and it should be different. It should be unique. Yeah, it should be unique for any situation. Okay. The result. Yeah, the result. So from the 556 participants, the training effectively enhanced language proficiency. Yeah, effectively. And then it also encouraging participant to use English. Yeah, to use English for the non-Indonesian worker, and also for their Indonesian friends. Yeah, it encourage participant to use English. And also the activity or the program also inspires them to learn more or in English, especially about the terminology in oil and gas, and then the expression, how to greet, uh, how to answer the question from their superior officer. They're from Scotland or Australia, etc. And also they also want to learn more about grammar. Grammar. And then the result also we found out that genre-based pedagogy is very relevant method of teaching English for specific purpose. It's very contextual, and the participant also like the way they learn language because it is contextual. They don't learn about accounting or management, but they learn English in terms of what they are doing every day. Yeah, it's very relevant, and also from the stakeholders, human resource department also give praise for what we have conducted with this English for specific purpose and the method we have implemented. Challenges, yeah, there should be challenges in any activity, of course. The biggest challenge is about the age of participants, just like I previously mentioned. Some of the participants are 50 years old or so, or older, and also their educational background uh, is high school. High school. Perhaps they leave school, let's say 30 years ago. Yeah, that was the last time they learn English or they experience learning English. That's a challenge to make the environment of class to be active or uh, to give them motivation to learn, and then try to use a language instead of learning grammar. Yeah, we often motivate them to speak. Yeah, to speak or to speak, because for speaking, some of the participants already uh, accustomed with the English expressions, but for the grammar, they have no idea. Yeah. And then the third challenge is workload. Yeah, the participant is were too busy about their jobs, and they cannot concentrate on the program. Yeah. The workload of the participant. So those are our challenges in implementing this program. All right, now recommendation and future outlook. So it seems that we need to have policy of supporting English language initiative, um, both from the Minister of Education, let's say Dinas Pendidikan in Batam, industry, and also vocational school. So we think that English should be taught in vocational school more intensively for the students, so they can prepare themselves for the prospective employment. Yeah, there should be recommendation, and in this case, we need to collaborate with uh, other stakeholders, government, and then schools, and also industry. And for the conclusion, empowering oil and gas workers can contribute to more sustainable and resilient community. Yeah. As I previously mentioned, there are thousands of workers in oil and gas sector here in Batam, and By learning English, they can contribute more sustainable and resilient community. And also by investing in language proficiency, Batam can be great again, just like, let's say, 10 years ago or 20 years ago, and Batam can play as a competitive player in the global market while fostering inclusive growth and development of its people. Um, I think that's all for my presentation, and the floor is back to you, Paradit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hendra Nugraha, for delivering the topic entitled Empowering Oil and Gas Workers with English Proficiency for Sustainable Community Development by addressing ESP by implementing gender-based pedagogy. And this starts as English proficiency, as the role of English proficiency empowering workers to improve communication, job opportunity, and resilient community. So thank you for sharing, Mr. Hendra, and thank you once again for all of the keynote speakers for today's conference. Uh, we will start. We will proceed to the question and answer session. Uh, we will have around 2 or 3 rounds. And for the first round, there are some questions. The first one is from Mr. Hendy, Pak Hendy Sama, to Mr. Taufik Rahmat. The question is, from your explanation, there is a discrepancy between the claim of significant increase in Scopus citation and our goal of having our publication mentioned by other writers worldwide. This is especially true in the sections on predatory and hijacked journals. How can we deal with these matters? So this question is for Mr. Taufik. And then the second question from Ibu Lili Sudartio for Dr. Chu Xiuming and Prof. Asep. When we hear the SDG concept, it's like hearing a fairy tale, especially when we combine with the circular economy concept. As if we feel already superior if we can recycle waste into something that can be reused. Don't we end up living surrounded by rubbish and rubbish? The question, or better I say, the curiosity of hers, why don't we just change the concept of pursuing productivity and lower prices by living a simpler life? And to Prof. Asep, how can we transform SDG concept to our routine behavior? That is for the first round. So for Mr. Taufik, Prof. Asep, and Dr. Chu, the time is yours. Maybe I will pass to Dr. Chu first for answering this question.
Okay. Thank you for the question. Actually, I do like the fact that you mentioned living a simple life. In fact, I think if we live a simple life, we will not have so much problem. However, what happens here is in planet Earth here, each country has a different concept of what is a simple life. And each baseline is different. Some more developed countries, existingly, they don't really have that much of a problem with poverty or even inequality. However, some other countries may face more challenges. So this means there has to be a concerted effort to reach a common baseline where everyone can then have equal opportunities. Like I said, this is a very ambitious plan by United Nations. Living a simple life is very much a different perspective for many different people. But again, I think the ultimate aim is simplicity do help in some ways and perceptions also. So thank you very much for the question. But I think that's a good idea to live a simple life. But we need a common platform for that. Okay, thank you very much. Back to the moderator.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Shu. And I will pass to Prof. Asep to answer the question. Sorry, Prof. Asep, you haven't unmute yourself.
Yeah, as we discussed before, yeah, related to this sustainability. Finally, we have to do things yourself living, yeah. And what sustainability is, communicating horizontally, how small it is to people around. So let billion of small action could taking place through the society in the various ways. Yeah. So from the history, we know that, for example, women emancipatory. It is a result of decades of political struggle, democratic struggle by social movement and civil society. Yeah. So we can do a small thing in a massive ways, yeah, in different ways across countries that finally will become a big impact. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Asep, for the answer. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems that Mr. Taufik is away from this meeting. So for Pak Hendy's question will be answered by chat later on. Ladies and gentlemen, I still open for more questions. Should you have any question, you can raise your hand or directly chat to chat box. Okay, we will have question from Miss Aga. Yeah, for Aga, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, sir, and thank you so much for all the speaker for all the good presentation. I want to ask to Mr. Hendra. Okay, so I do have a question because you have already mentioned like three important things, and ESP, if you want to have some project related to English for specific purpose, the first one is language training program, and then integration language skills, and then collaboration with educational institution and language expert. And I would like to ask a question because this thing is was related to my previous scientific paper, which just become one of my reason why I visit Batam International University for student exchange program. So I'm basically from State University of Surabaya, and I would like to ask to Mr. Hendra. So I have already had a plan of making an ESP book and implementing it in one of vocational high school in Batam, majoring in electrical engineering. But here I do have some problem during my implementation. So the problem is related to the third point that you have already mentioned before. So it was about collaboration with educational institution. So I do have a problem like the institution, the vocational high school was not that cooperative with me. Like it was so difficult for me to has a contact even though I have already visited the school with my friends related to my implementation plans. And as a student, as someone who has a plan to implement my own program, how do you overcome this problem if the institution itself is not that cooperative with us? Thank you.
For Mr. Hendra, you may answer the question directly.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Aga. Yeah, nice to meet you again in this occasion. Uh, yeah, about the collaboration, we also deal with similar situation actually. Yeah. Just like in our experience in conducting training in oil and gas worker, for example, we ask for the HR to present us the types of text that workers dealing with. Yeah, the form of report, and then we also ask for observation in the field, how they communicate with non-Indonesian speaker, for example. But we are not allowed us to. Yeah, that also because confidentiality or something. Yeah. So in this case, we try to find a back door. Yeah, we cannot get into the gate, so we interview some of the participants. How did you communicate in English? Yeah, because we cannot observe, we need to interview. So by means, you need to find out the other way to do it. Yeah, if you cannot get it formally, yeah, perhaps you can get it informally. But in your case, you want to you implement or you want to try experiment on your teaching materials. My suggestion, you can find similar school with the similar school based on the electrical engineering, yeah, electrical engineering, or you can find some small companies relate to the electrical engineering to implement the material. Is it suitable for their sector or not? Yeah, you need to find a back door for the activity. Yeah, of course, it's not legal, yeah, because some of the our activity for Tridharma should be legal, yeah, formal with the MOU or MOA, etc. But if you need to find out the result of your product, I think you need to make it in any way you can. Yeah, choose another school, or you can choose industry, small company related to the field. Also, there are various training course here in Batam. Also provide also consists of electrical engineer worker, yeah, electrical worker. So that's some options perhaps you can do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir, for the answer. It's helpful for me.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Hendra, for the answer. The next round is the question for Dr. Chu and Prof. Asep. For Dr. Chu, in Malaysia, is the focus of ESG and SDGs more inclined towards the specific sectors, or does it encompass all industries? Uh, could you please share your insights or perspective on this matter? And for Prof. Asep, what are the differences and interconnections between the implementation of local and global sustainable development goals or SDGs?
Okay.
Maybe I'll pass to Dr. Cho first.
Okay. Thank you for that question. Right now for ESG and SDG, okay, for the corporate companies, which means the companies listed in our Bursa and also in the international companies, the ESG and SDG is not much of an issue because they have established in their own home countries. But for us, a worrying part of it is our SME, small and medium enterprises, because they do not have the resources, the expertise. So basically, a lot of our government agencies are mobilizing all resources in order to train and provide assistance. So that part has not that part is what I would say is still an ongoing process, and it's a worrisome process at the moment. For the international companies, we already much effort and activities has been done on their own. So that's why you find that some of our governmental agencies have training programs, okay, and they also have um, uh, initiative to actually encourage the adoption of these ESG practices. So this is the current effort being made, and we are also currently providing some finances. For example, we have Bursa Malaysia, like for example what I've mentioned earlier, and even the government agencies have subsidies and basically focusing on reskilling the people, and also providing frameworks for for regulations and for reporting purposes. Okay. Thank you very much. Back to the floor.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Chu. The next, please, Prof. Asep to answer the question.
Yeah. I think the ideas about sustainability, it will be different within and between societies. So, what would a sustainable would look like? Yeah, who will decide? And sustainability is a continuing process of redefining and what the next direction should be. Yeah. Uh, what kind of science, for example, do we need to advance transformation? So it needs to be contextual, to be relevant to the people who need it most. Yeah. So all culture to be engaged in transformation. Of course, there are different cultures in different countries. Yeah. So we have to draw our perspective and knowledge. Yeah. Including non-Western and local indigenous knowledge in building understanding and collaboration across different groups and sectors, uh, especially within the group which usually marginalized in one country, yeah, to encourage them to join toward desirable futures locally and globally. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of this session today. Once again, I would like to thank you for all of the keynote speakers for sharing a very thoughtful, fruitful knowledge about how to transform our society, how to transform our own, what is it, habits for the sustainable life or society. And thank you for all of the valuable knowledge that we have shared here together. Before I conclude this meeting, I will close this meeting by the, what is it? Closing remarks. We have drawn the curtains on these remarkable journeys of accelerating the global transformation towards sustainability, and we have agreed that this matters is really important for us to live. It is with a profound sense of accomplishment and inspiration that we reflect on the collective commitment demonstrated over the course of this event that have been also shared by our honorable guest speakers. The discussion, insight, and collaborative spirit showcased here exemplify a shared dedication to taking decisive action to the Sustainable Development Goals, and thank you for that. Let us remember, everyone, that the journey towards sustainability is not a sprint, but a marathon. It requires sustained efforts, continuous learning, and the commitment to the principle we have championed here. By aligning our actions with the SDGs, we can create a world where no one is left behind, hopefully, and where the planet thrives and where future generations inherit a legacy of progress, prosperity, and harmony. Once again, thank you very much for all of the keynote speaker and the committee for having me. And then thank you also for sharing. Thank you for all of the dedication, passion, and shared commitment to accelerating the global transformation towards sustainability. Together, let us turn our aspiration into reality and build a better world for all. And to thanks all of the keynote speakers, I will invite the head of LPPM to Mr. Wisnu Yuwono. You can give the certificate for the keynote speakers for today's conference.
Dr. Cho Simi,
Thank you. Thank you.
yeah, thanks for giving a wonderful presentation today.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I hope to see you again another time. Thank
Yes.
you.
Yes, I look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Please accept this certificate.
Thank you.
Prof. Asep Hermawan,
Thank you.
yeah,
Uh,
thanks for giving a wonderful presentation. Yeah. Thank you. Please
Thank
accept
you.
this certificate.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Taufik Nugraha, can you hear me, Mr. Taufik? Thank you for presentation. Okay, the last, Pak Indra Nugraha.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thanks for giving a presentation. Yeah. And I hope to see you again in another time. Thank you, Mr. Indra.
Thank you, sir.
Please accept this certificate.
Thank you, Pak.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you very much, Pak Wisnu, for marking the ends of this session, the conference today. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all for the conference. Today, I would like to apologize for all of the mistakes that may have done by me especially, and then for the inconvenience that you experienced throughout the sessions. And once again, I would like to say thank you abundantly for the keynote speakers once again for having all of the discussion here today with me. And maybe that's all that I can say. I will pass to Miss Sachi Oinuma for continuing the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Terima kasih, Pak Radit.
Thank you to Mr. Radit and to all keynote speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you agree with me when I say there was insightful knowledge filled from the keynote speakers, and I'm sure our audiences had much value to take away from those addresses. Okay. So once again, thank you to our all keynote speakers. After this, we're going to move to the next agenda, which is parallel sessions. But before this, to all guests, keynote speakers, presenters, and chairpersons, as we're going to do the documentations, I would like to invite all of you to open your camera. Once again, I would like to remind all of you to open your camera on because we're going to take a picture together. Okay, I will start from the first slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, second slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you so much for your participation. And once again, I would like to thank to all keynote speakers. And for all keynote speakers, if you have any agenda, would like to leave the Zoom meeting, it is alright for you to leave earlier. And thank you very much for coming today. And I hope you have a really good day ahead.
Thank you.
Terima kasih. Thank you.
Moderator,
Thank you.
Darius. Bye.
Thank
Izin lead.
you. Thank you to everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Okay.
much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So next, the committee already received some Instagram poster. So let us take a break for a while and watch the Instagram poster festival of CoMBINES 2024.
Buat itu lebih bawah. Ya.
Good afternoon to all presenters and chairpersons. We're going to start the parallel sessions at 12:30 p.m. Indonesia time, which is now. So we're going to open the breakout room session. I would like to remind you to please click join when the breakout room is ready. If you're not able to join the breakout room, please inform the committee via the room chat in the Zoom meeting. So everyone, please be patient and let's wait for the committee to set you to the breakout room. And I would like to remind you to set your Zoom ID in the Zoom meeting based on the format to make the committee easier to add you to the breakout room. Thank you.
Berapa sih, Bu? Enggak.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the closing ceremony of the fourth conference on Management, Business, Innovation, Education, and Social Science CoMBINES 2024. I would like to thank again to the delegation from UIB partners that support us to organize this conference, their reviewers, chairpersons, presenters, and participants that are still with us now. Ladies and gentlemen, upcoming next agenda, we move on to the presentation awards, which I will call the most exciting segment of the day. As mentioned, there will be an award that prepared, evaluated, and assessed by the committee, which consists of Best Paper, Best Presenter, and Best Poster. Let me announce the award based on the category. For the Best Paper category, congratulations to Hendy Sama Eric, Indah Sarideu, Surya Jahyadi, and Andy. The development of online-based management system to facilitate school events. And Muhammad Rizwan, network security system improvement with honeypot and Lean Six Sigma method at Batam International University. And Jensen Tandy, designing 3D animation about breaststroke swimming techniques using MDLC method. And Jesseline about implementation of performance appraisal system based on objective and key results at PT Bintang Terang Sejati. And Wiyandi about experiment social media, marketing strategy, Creator Pass. For the best presenter, congratulations to Tony Wibowo, Delhi, and Bayu Chaputra about the literature review on cinematic technique in video gaming storytelling. And Nikki Nicholas, public perception of YouTube content creator careers in the current era. And Mazia Azilcha Ayana about mobile-based application design of management system travel budget using. And Gabriela Jeb and Gabriela Michelin Stricker, students and teachers' perception and attitude of using ICT in English class in Globe School 1 Batam. And Nicholas about response of content creators towards Creator Pass as learning medium. For the best poster, congratulations to Mazia Azlicha Ayana, the mobile-based application design of management system, travel budget using Flutter. And congratulations to Eric Sanjaya about design of video game review system using naive-based algorithm. And congratulations to Felix Kingley, user satisfaction analysis of MTix application in Batam City using the Dillon and McLean mode. Without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Happy Arianto, the Head of Student Affairs and Cooperation, to give the closing speech. For Dr. Happy, the time is yours.
Thank you for Master Ceremony, Sachi. Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank to our rector of Universitas Internasional Batam, Dr. Iskandar Itan, and representative of Ministry of Education, who this morning already give the opening remark. And also, I would like to thank as well to fourth speaker for this conference, Dr. Cho Xiaoming, Profesor Dr. Asep Hermawan, Pak Taufik Rahmat Nugraha, and Pak Hendra Nugraha. Thank you for all the speaker. Thank you for your insight for the fourth CoMBINES conference. And this afternoon, I would like to give the congratulations to all presenter and congratulations as well for best paper, for best presenter, and best for poster. Yeah, congratulations to all of you. Yeah, hopefully we can meet all of you again in next year, because this conference actually is an annual conference. If I'm not mistaken, this year in UIP, Indonesia as a host, Universitas Internasional Batam as a host, but next year the host will be Tunghai University. Yeah. Okay. Thank you to committee to conduct this international seminar. Once again, thank you to all of you. Yeah, inshallah we will meet all of you again in the next year and CoMBINES and the fifth CoMBINES 2025. Yeah. Thank you very much. And the time I will give back to Master Ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Happy. Now we move on into documentation sessions. So all guests, presenters, and chairpersons and participants, please open your camera because we're going to do the documentation sessions. I will start from the first slide. One, two, three. For the second slide, one, two, three.
Gampang gitu kan.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of fourth conference on management, business, innovation, education, social science CoMBINES 2024. I, on behalf of the committee, would like to thank UIB partners that support us to organize this conference. Also, I would like to thank to all keynote speakers, chairpersons, reviewers, presenters, participants, and everyone whom we cannot mention one by one. I believe this conference will not be successful without your support and contribution. And with that gratitude being expressed, we now come to the end of our conference today. See you next year at the fifth conference on 2025, ladies and gentlemen. And I do hope you have positive and fulfilling week ahead. All the best to you. Thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you all. See you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Terima kasih Pak Indi, Pak Tony, teman-teman semua.
Thank you, Pak Edi. Ya,
Terima kasih,
panitia Pak
Pak
Wisnu,
Edi. Terima
Pak
kasih.
Bekino. Ya,
Izin live ya, Bapak Ibu, Pak Wisnu.
ya.
Baik,
Pak
baik.
Adit,
Terima kasih, Pak Ebi.
terima kasih Pak Edi.
Baik, terima kasih. Adik-adik mahasiswa, terima kasih.
Terima kasih Pak Wisnu.
Terima kasih, Pak Edi. Thank you all. The best. MC-nya the best.